Alrighty. Hello, everybody, whether you're here in chat or watching this in the future from the distant magical land of VOD country. The plan tonight, since the solo raid incarnations of Innoruuk and Kazakh got rebalanced in today's Natch, we are going to go give Innoruuk specifically a try. And see how he fares. So the last time we did Innoruuk, we were able to solo D0. I'm pretty confident we could have soloed D+1. So we're going to see how high we can go today. Looks like the apparently the Kazakh also got rebalanced. We'll maybe save him for tomorrow or something. Maestro of Rancor apparently also got rebalanced. I don't know if they were accounting for the rebalance he got the other day where they majorly toned down his life tap proc. And also the... which one was it? Play instances. And also Lord of Loathing, which is the named golem in Plane of Hate. Yeah, he got probably toned down since he has a disproportionate amount of HP compared to the other minis in the zone, and is also massively magic resistant. It was genuinely hard to land like anything on him. So I'm guessing he was brought down to be more in line with the other minis, but we'll find out here in a minute. Also, we have new spell gems over here. Or spell icons. They look a little different. And I'd say they look better, actually. So that's cool. So I do love that we are able to just walk to Plane of Hate. Also, I'm very glad we took time to level up Wizard and Druid into the 20s so we can just kind of fast travel all around the world now via ritual spells, which, man, yeah, those ritual spells are really, really handy. Just massive quality of life. So, hello, Voidling. And raid options. Normal, it will start on 0 for now. And are you sure you want to create a solo raid instance? Yes. So we're going to start on 0. I expect 0 to be pretty dang easy at this point now that I know what I'm doing as far as this particular fight is concerned. Let's see. Today's Natch Potes. See, also included fixing some crash bugs and other nonsense. Some minor stuff. Let's see. Nothing... there's a big... big update to pets to make player pets a lot more durable. Mode, we'll just do regular buffs. We don't need to worry about resist buffs because nothing in here dispels. If we were doing Kazakh, then I'd worry about tossing up a bunch of like extra junk buffs and stuff, but it's just not a problem here. So, player pets got a nice power bump today to make them not made of paper. But I'm not playing a pet class, so not a problem. Not really relevant to what I'm doing here, so. Just get buffed up and then we'll dive right in. I was hoping to maybe have some time to grind AAs tonight, but no such luck. You know, I need to kill some evil gods here. And along with today's patch, they reset everybody's raid lockouts. Got reset, so I think Innoruuk would have come off a cooldown in another like 3 days, so we get to do them a little early. Yeah, we'll just stay in recovery incantation for now. Berserk Stance. Also, one kind of notable thing that changed was Berserk Stance now correctly stops working if you run out of endurance. It used to be that the attack speed bonus would still apply. Oh shit, that's right. These haunted chests right here. Oh, I forgot. We gotta kill. These things are gonna strip all my buffs off. I should have killed these things first. So, should have thought about that. These things basically just evaporate your buffs. So, Rune Etched Bracer plus 0. I don't care. We're going to sell that. Cryo Silk Pantaloons. I don't care. We're selling that. We sold it for free. Fortunately, these haunted chests are the first thing you fight here, so. Alright. With that out of the way, let's redo our buffs. Did any buffs survive? A Blessing of the Lord Commander and Guard of Vi. Yelp 3 somehow also did not get dispelled. Actually, wait, you know what? Let me actually... Yeah, as I was saying a minute ago about not having to worry about stuff getting dispelled, completely forgot about the stupid boxes at the entrance to the zone. Yeah, if you're able to, well, if they hadn't resisted my pacify, then we could have fought one at a time and probably been able to keep up with the dispels with just Amulet of Necropotence. But of course he resisted the pacify, so fighting 2 of them at a time, we were basically getting double dispelled. So, oh well, whatever. It's no big deal. Okay, and right off the bat, sure, wow, triple smite right there, very nice. Oh, and wow, stuff is landing on him. Like, Earthquake proc landed, for one. Divine Might's landing, so, okay, he's, I just realized I didn't actually mem my correct spells, so. Probably should have done that. Whatever. Hopefully he doesn't slow me. Also, it means I don't have any... I actually don't have any heals prepped. Oops. Well, we can fix that. Divine Stance, and where is... Oh. Ooh, that's bad. You know what? That's fine. Oh, I see what happened. When I went to switch to my main, spell set, I actually just clicked the wrong spell set. Whoops. That's fine. That's what Lay on Hands is for. Having 2 life bars makes the impossible possible. And, you know, we're, being goofy. Hey, Master of Spite, get back here, please. I don't have my root up, bud. I need you to not run away at so speed, please. What a jabroni. Alright, Rune-Etched Helm. Rune-Etched Chestplate, you know what? I'll bank that for later. Come on, there we go. He had to think about it for a minute there. Gardash, okay, that's Shaman Hammer that doesn't actually do anything. Whatever, we're just gonna sell that one for free. Rune-Etched Helmet, we're gonna get rid of that one for free because I don't care. Alright, how about I actually load the correct spell set? Act like I've, you know, played this game once or twice before. Thankfully, when he ran away, he ran into no man's land where there are no other mobs to worry about. So, you know, there... Oh, and there is a Lord of Ire upstairs. Excellent. Also, a Mistress of Scorn. Okay, I haven't seen one of those in a hot minute. And we got Magi Patassa over there. He's no big deal. Cleric of Innoruuk. Hello there. And a Loathing Lich. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not worried about these stupid trash mobs. No cleric armor. Rip. I'm missing like 1 or 2 pieces off the Ethereal Mist set. I think I'm missing the helmet and the arms, which are the same pieces I'm missing off the Valorium set. Which is why I still have a skull-shaped barbet for my helmet from the Ghoul Lord down in Lower Guck, and mithril vambraces from Warlord Scarlon outside of Nagafen's room. Wow, we actually did enough damage for him to summon. Retribution did more than 3% damage. That's surprising, actually. So, yeah, I do not expect anything on difficulty 0 to be even vaguely challenging. I mean, we're going to go into Innoruuk expecting him to be able to put out some damage, but if he got rebalanced, I'm going to assume he got toned down. You know, especially within the context of solo mode. Ooh. 2617 on that sleigh. Very nice. That's a... I think that is the... 2617. I think that is the biggest sleigh I've seen so far outside of offense stance. Ooh, this guy's actually doing some damage. Because he's got real spells. You know, 584... I got... Yeah, it's fine. Ooh. Going... Ooh. Okay. You know what? I could have LOH'd. I chose not to. He was dropping big nukes. Those were 974 on Char. Yeah. Okay, that was actually... I was a little late to heal there. I was, underestimating the power of his nukes. So, yeah, fine on me for that. Just as... Alright, you know, call that karma. As I'm saying, I don't expect anything to be, you know, dangerous or challenging here. You know, he... yeah, he smacks me around a little bit with some karma. So, okay, we will not let our health get below, like, 20%, basically. Did I skip symbol? I skipped symbol. Yeah, I thought Sacred Echo there would keep me... would get me up above the threshold fast enough. It didn't. And Jeff Ellis Worldwide, hello. Thank you for that follow. Welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. That black thing behind you, a surround speaker? Yes, it is. There's also one off to my right that you can't see. Two front tower speakers that are behind the camera, so you can't see those either. And a big center channel right in front of me and underneath the TV that I use as my main display. This is a 940 watt 9.1 channel surround system. Model number is BH9431PW. This was an LG surround systems made 2012 and 13, I believe. Sadly discontinued, and they don't make anything like it anymore, which is unfortunate because it was a really great sound system. Oh, he just freaking teleported there. That was weird. Yeah. Alright. So yeah, as a 9.1 system, in addition to the standard 5.1 setup, each of the speakers also has an upward firing channel. So there's the main output right there, and then there's another one facing upwards. Ooh, I am actually going to... Okay, there we go. I got a little nervous there. You know what? We're going to go ahead and just drop an echo. Make sure we stay topped up. Work with multi-channel? I mean, I'm always just using my headset. So I've never really tried it with the actual surround system. But my sound card does upscale everything really well. So it should sound pretty good at 5.1 at the very least. Although I don't know that I don't know how well the game does spatial directional sounding. So I mean, you know, back in the day we used to always joke, "Wait, this game has sound?" Because everybody always just had the game muted and used the in-game MP3 player. Yeah, one of these days I will have to actually... I would have to test that off camera because all the speakers blaring into the mic would cause all kinds of feedback. Apothic boots, sell that. Apothic kilt, sell that. And elementary students selling. Yeah, trash those items. Yeah, I'll have to actually test that one of these days just to see. Though, I'd have to, I'd have to play around with my sound settings because I normally run everything out through the analog. So I'd have to reset it to the optical. Yeah, just mute the mic for a sec. Yeah, I would actually, because like the surround isn't even turned on right now. I'd have to turn it on, reset all the audio settings. So yeah, we'll yeah, I'll save that for some session when I'm not sitting down at the desk at 11 o'clock at night. Also, when I have time to actually mess around and tune the audio and everything, because I'd have to actually probably rebalance all the channels and everything else. Because it's one thing to make it work, basically. It's another to make it actually sound good. Alright, and Evangelist of Hate. We're going to hit you with a Sound of Force. Well, at least try to. And pull him right out of the pack with the power of Pacify. And yeah, despite his title of Evangelist, he is actually a warrior, not a cleric. So yeah, really hoping that Lord of Ire over in the corner drops me a Shield of the Immaculate. I've been wanting those very badly. Because I really want some clicky disease cure for getting rid of slows and stuff. He has been very stingy so far with the previous half dozen or so odd times that I've killed him. I've seen other people in my group get shield drops before, but no such luck for me. And you know what? If we could get some extra Shields of the Stalwart Seas from, from Maestro, that would be nice too. Actually, you know what? I have 25 motes of major potential. I'm gonna go ahead and just pull 4 of those out. Sit those right there for a second. Hey, hey. You don't get to run away. Alright, we'll just sell that because I have no use for it. Alright, Shield of the... Ooh, come on. Merge. Merge, and Island. Alright, one more. There we go, tier 5. Yes, cool. Went up to 52 AC. Very nice. And deposit all. How do it be? Well, you know what? I did some rolls on Ledgefest. I was hoping for Mikaboshi. I got that dumb brat EO instead, so, yeah. Well, I mean, he is a Dark Elf, but we are not in Forgotten Realms, so he's not a Drow, he's a Teardal, but close enough. Alright, Exodia is here to obliterate my, my luck. Ow, Abhorrence? I was about to say, oh, they don't summon, but yeah, he's only level 49, so he can't summon. Obliterate his... Alright, well, since you did that, let me put OBS, up on screen for a second, and I'll do a gotcha roll for you. Alright. Toot. Well, it's a pretty basic background, so it's probably not a new character. Nah, it's not in the 10th slot. It's not a character. It could be the new summon, though. Nope, it's EO again. Rip. Dumb brat needs correction. Farming earth stuff. Okay, good deal. Oh, yep. Kaim is great, and he's about to get his transcendence, so that's a thing. Yeah, very much worth the investment there on Kaim. Oh, there is the, wait, whatever the monthly mission is to do one of the raids 100 times to get a free weapon. That's definitely worth your time. The 6 exo swords in 100 runs. Nice. Yeah, but yeah, playing Kime doesn't do you a whole lot of good. If I wanted to switch off of Kime, I could. I have 3 Galleon staves. But that would cost me 9 bricks. An imbrued plate mail helm. Sure, whatever. Imbrued, whatever, sell. And yeah, Shattered Emerald of Corruption. Do not have a use for that. And we're gonna sit here and med for a sec. Also, I want to get my endurance back up before we pull Maestro. And then we're gonna see how badly Maestro got nerfed, if at all. Oh, and you hit rank level 200 based. Nice, nice. Did Belial and Bubs. Very good. Yep, making good progress then. Just keep grinding those because you're going to need a lot of materials from both of them. I think as soon as we get to... once endurance hits like 80%, we'll engage. All right, there we go. Yeah, he resisted. All right, Maestro. Show me what you got. Now, previously, they had nuked his proc rate down pretty hard. We'll see how threatening or not he is after another solo adjustment. Admittedly, his proc rate was like 100% at one point. He was just spamming that 150-point life tap proc like it was going out of style. They brought that way down. They dropped it by like 80 or 90%. So... he does have a goodly amount of magic resistance, I'll give him that much. By the way, how's my AI list looking? What do I need off of, like, archetype? We still need healing AAs. Maybe, maybe a rank of Master of All. And, you know, maybe we do Fury of Magic just for funsies. And or Destructive Fury just for funsies. Or maybe Adamant Will. Actually, you know what? Doing Adamant Will in preparation for, like, Plane of Sky and stuff would not be stupid. Because there's a lot of enchanters in Plane of Sky. So, you know, getting mezzed and charmed all over the place is not really conducive to having a good time. We're at a farm Hanged Man Veritas. Oh! Based Shield of the Stalwart Seas. I mean, it's only +0, but that's okay. We're going to loot it. Kellen's, we'll just merge that. Okay, what we're going to do. If you want to target farm Hanged Man specifically, do the second, the Earth zone of the second block of, Arcarum. If you want just Earth stuff in general, like if you want to do Kime and what's his nuts, the tower, uh, simultaneously, do the first zone, the earth section of the first zone. You'll drop both simultaneously. Or you can also just do the earth wing of Mundus, the last zone, and just do that. And again, you'll get both simultaneously. And what we're going to do... Where's my... there it is. We're just going to pump this because we just pumped our other shield up to +5 for this exact reason. We're going to go here. Motes of infinitesimal potential. We can also see the base stats here. 35 AC, 20 strength, 20 stamina. All right, infinitesimal. We will withdraw one of those. Merge it in. It gets, 3 AC and actually +2 stats each. Then minor potential. One of those. So then it jumps to 40. 42 AC. This is also a good point where you can see items do actually just gain stats as they gain XP. It's not just at the plus intervals. And we go to lesser. Draw one of those. One of those. And mode of potential. One of those. Okay, now it's up to +4. And then major potential for +5, which we have 22 of because we've been dropping them like candy in Befallen while grinding AAs in there. So we'll merge this up to +5. Boop. And then... oh, it's in that bag. And here's our other one. So you can see at 1 out of 32, it's got 52 and 30. But by the time it gets a little bit more XP, it gains 1 extra AC point. Not enough to pump the strength and stamina, but now we can merge this in there. We'll take it all the way to +6. And... yes. Up to 56 AC and now jumps to 32. Like every full plus mark gives it an extra 2 on the stats there. Yeah, Earth Swords. Yep, that's always a good one. Doing Mammoth and Mundus right now to get clears toward books. Good choice. Yep. So, Shield of the Stalwart Seas, +6. And okay, that little bit of time gave us time to adequately med back to full. All right, Lord of Ire. Speaking of shields, may I please have another shield? One team is actually fun. Yep, using Petra, Echidna, and Sen. Yep, always bet on Sen. Yeah, I have not been graced with Echidna yet, so... Then after Lord of Ire dies, we've got 2 more trash mobs and then Innoruuk. So we'll met up after the 2 trash mobs. And then after Innoruuk, we'll jump to +1. Ah, nothing off Lord of Ire. Rip. Do we still have? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna say we still have 2 trash mobs. They're just... you can't really see them. Because they're way, way in the corner there. And yeah, just getting all your various sandbox Arcarum book quests banged out makes the whole process of doing that game mode more efficient because you keep powering up as you go. So it gets faster over time. So a lot of value to be had there. Yeah, I said, yeah, just doing all the quests throughout all of Arcarum Sandbox to get all your books powered up is really useful because it powers up your parties, makes the process of farming that whole system just more efficient. So the process just accelerates over time. Oh, hey. I got a point of hand-to-hand, which means she successfully disarmed me. Alright. Alright, so we're going to med up for Innoruuk. Alright, and yeah, we're on D0, so he's not multi-classed. He's just a single-class wizard. Shouldn't be too bad. I mean, you know, we beat him relatively... relatively easy? And that was... So leveling up Rising Force in Wind. Tower de Blau to 150, nice. You get it to 200. Yeah, I mean, eventually, quartz cost kind of stops being a problem because just doing daily Magna raids yields so much quartz that it just outruns the pace at which you have the ability to consume it. All right. Full mana, full endurance. We're going to assume... you know what? I'm going to actually hit Divine Stance, because this fight should be just fast and furious. Recovery Stance shouldn't matter. We're going to go in... Alright, we're going to take it seriously at least the first time until we see if it's been toned down. We're going to assume it's going to be fast and furious. So we're going to go all gas, no brakes. So, I'm going to hit Promise Renewal to go in. And we're going to see how hard he hits. Or not. Alright, Mana Detonation. That's a little scary. That's a lot of damage. Ice Spear of Solace. Okay, interesting. Immobilize. Elneric's Entombment, of course, because wizards love casting that. Feel like his melee damage is a good bit less than it used to be. Although that's pure vibes, you know. I should... Now, I say that, and now I'm stunned and getting kind of blasted. And Ice Spear of Solace going out again. Okay. Drought of Fire. That hurts. Ooh, that was a big round. But, oh, Mana Detonation, but PR goes off just in time. I feel like he's casting slightly better spells than he usually does. But, which actually is detrimental, because he's going to run out of mana here pretty soon. Because he's actually casting good spells instead of just spamming Immobilize. Yep, pro skips. Yep, getting quartz from 6 dragons. Yep, 6 dragons. And especially, yeah, Magna pro skips. Alright, he's almost out of mana, but he's also almost out of life. So his melee damage is about to spike up as he runs out of spells to cast. Alright, that went well. That went pretty easily. Hotal's Bracer. I forgot this, or this was even a thing. Sadly, we can't use it, because it's Warrior, Ranger, Druid, Bard, Rogue. This is the Wood Elf class kit, I guess. Another Eye of Innoruuk, whatever. You know what, we're just gonna sell that. Hotal's Bracer also, that one doesn't sell for any money. You know what, I guess we'll, loot it. Merge it. Ring of the Pureblood, though. Because we actually have one of those already. And what we should do, actually, is take a Mode of Potential. Pop it up to +4. And then take Mode of Major Potential. Actually, can you? I don't think you can stack 4 in one, can you? Yes, you can. Okay, that's cool. Merge. Yes. Okay. Then take this, loot it, and okay, alt currency, infinitesimal. We only need one of those. Minor potential. We need 2 of those. Lesser potential. We need 2 of those. Standard potential. We need 2 of those. And major potential. We need 5 of those. Or 4 of those. 4 of those. Merge. There we go. And now we take this and we plug it in. And we make a +6. There we go. Any suggestions for Rising for a third skill? Yeah. Miserable Mist, always a safe bet. Like, when in doubt, Miserable Mist. Or Dispel, as may be appropriate. Oh, and he dropped a +1 Dark Brood Mask, which I was kind of wondering if Dark Brood Mask actually, like, outweighs Triumphant Mask. Like, it's kind of close. Where'd my Dark Brood Mask go? I know it's... Did I overlook it? Dark Brood, is it? Land item. Right. Dark Brood Mask. Oh, equipment. 13. We'll just grab item. Love being able to do that. Alright, we have it at +4 here. Go up to 12. 31 save. 12. Because a Triumphant Mask has 12 Strength, Wiz, and Charisma. Strength, in Wisdom. Yeah, it doesn't have... Oh, wait. This has 9 Strength, Int, Wiz, Agility, Charisma. Alright, so yeah, we don't need the intelligence at all. This one has 31 save magic. This has 9 save everything. And has extra mana at the expense of a little bit less AC. So they're pretty close, honestly. They're pretty close. So let me loot that. And alright, it needs a minor potential. It only needs 1 because it's actually halfway leveled up into +2. Where's that? Lesser. 2 of those to make it +3. And we're only gonna mode it up to +4, I think, for now. Yeah, we'll mode it to +4. And then we'll just merge those two together into a +5. There we go. So, 10 to all versus 31 magic. I mean, pretty, they're pretty even, all things considered. Any idea what Save Void is for? Hey, Zane1800. Right now, nothing. In the future, to be determined. We'll find out when we get there. Also, hopefully nobody is disappointed that I'm only wearing a sport coat instead of a full tux and tails. And all right, if in the rebalance bit that got pushed live today, if he was toned down much, it was not by a lot. So we will do solo +1. Yeah, I have no doubt we can do +1, +2. I don't know, unless it was more of a thing to do with his difficulty scaling in higher difficulties. 0 just now, compared to the previous time I did D0 solo, didn't feel very different. Other than, yeah, he was actually using his mana much more intelligently. Oh. Excuse me. Some imbrued gauntlets. We'll go ahead and sell those. And, oh! Based? Valorium Graves. Okay. You know what? Why don't we actually, we've got minor potential here. Why don't we, wait, we need, lesser potential. Why don't we go ahead and just use, 2 of these and go ahead and merge those up to +3. And then, since they dropped at +2, let's go ahead and loot those. Yeah, +2. We'll withdraw 2 lesser potentials. Move those up to +3 also. And merge them together to +4. Cool. Alright. As much as these boxes are annoying, at least it dropped something useful. Thundercap's Specialist plus Avarice. I think that is pretty much what I run all the time for generic farming. Or, unless it's something, unless I want to get a little bit more damage, in which case I'll trade out Avarice for something else. And, oh, that one actually dropped nothing. Kind of surprising, though. Boxes are usually drop something, but whatever. Pro skip eating your potions, though. Yeah. That is the thing. Oh, wait. Actually, hold on. I should click resolution off. Get Yelp up there, just in case, you know, for later. Just dip below 1,000. Although, you know, you'll get them back. Especially once the next collab event or Summerfest or whatever comes through and the game starts dropping hundreds and hundreds of potions on you again. I don't even look at my potion count. It goes up often enough that I don't ever have to worry about it. Pulling on formal, I'm, well, you know, it's gonna depend who's on the banner. You know, I will say formal Ilsa is excellent. And, I mean, and Ilsa is just, like, peak wife material just in general. And formal banners are, like, hyper-limited. Based on the current schedule. Although that assumes we're even getting more formal Oops. Did I? Yeah, did I cast everything? Okay. Oh, as in the banner like does not get reruns throughout the year. You know, you basically get one shot at it all year long, and if you miss out, you miss out. As opposed to, say, summer characters that get occasional off-season reruns, or even Halloween units get off-season reruns, usually around the anniversary now. And we just had a Halloween rerun, so, you know. Outside of summer, like around anniversary, they do a couple of, you know, like summer in March type of banners that are, I think, usually 6%. Although, whether that's, you know, like just the new characters or also including old ones on the 6% banner, might vary from year to year. Well, that means all those crystals you get from Guild Wars can be used on that banner. So, you know, there's that. It means more time to save. 877 pull now. More rogue crap. I don't care about rogue armor. Yeah. But, can I actually pacify the spike golem, or is he too magic resistant? Oh, hey. Excellent. We'll just pull the rat with Dispel, just so we don't knock it into summon range. 1505 on that Slay Undead. Very nice. I like big slays, and I cannot lie. Oh, you know what? I need to actually dispel this guy's Spirit of Wolf before he runs away. Eight seven seven pull now. If you have a structured settlement and you need to roll gotcha now, call GBF Wentworth. 877 pull now. You know, I personally have never had an annuity or a structured settlement. But if I did, and I needed cash now, I know in my bones what phone number to call to make that happen. Oh, hey, somebody dropped an earthen blade. Very nice. It's a very rare drop off of the elementals in the hole. A structured settlement, like if you were receiving payments from, let's say, like a lawsuit or an insurance settlement or something like that, where, yeah, we'll store that helmet away for later. We have most of it in deco set. You know, where you're receiving like monthly or quarterly payments or some such. You know, where you've settled to receive some kind of payment on a structured schedule. And we're going to pull this idiot with Nullify Magic also to get rid of his damage shield. His damage shields are stinky. And we're going to not let our health drop low. So we don't want to get blasted with giant nukes for huge amounts of damage. Like Char here. Oh, I'm sitting in Divine Stance still instead of Recovery. That's fine. I actually probably needed the little top off right there. Yeah, dude here is kind of chewing through his mana bar. Yeah, that can actually do over 1,000 damage. That's actually a lot of damage. That's like Ice Comet damage. Is Spark on Formal, and then, you remember, you can always roll as much gacha as you want as long as you just swipe your credit card. Don't be the gambler who stops gambling. Every gambler, or I should say, 99% of gamblers quit right before they win big. Just keep digging. The diamonds are right there. About $20 to $22, depending on the exchange rate at the moment. So a spark is only, call it $666, something like that, give or take for rounding. Rip. Do 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 do. Yeah, I actually lucked out pretty hard on the collab banner. I did like, what, 2 or 3 rolls with crystals. You know, picked up the Armstrong summon and Olivier herself, so Water Enmity is back on the menu. Still, though, after doing now 80 rolls, I think, on the current banner, I'm in a much worse spot for formal. I would not have had a spark ready without spending money anyway. But now I would have to actually, like, spend a not insignificant amount of money to spark, as opposed to throwing down, like, you know, only, like, 150 bucks. Finger quotes. You know, as if spending only 150 bucks on pixels is no big deal. When it absolutely is. Our endurance ran out. That's why our damage went down the toilet. $50,000. Oh yeah, you're 114. Oh wow, yeah, you're looking pretty good there then. Another Indico Light helmet +1. I have so much Indico Light armor, it's crazy. Yeah, because 50 545 divided by 300. It's 168 plus 114. So 282. So you're right on. So by the time the banner rolls around, you'll be you'll have a spark ready. So okay, we just want to get stamina and mana back up. Then let's see, what do we have? Have a High Priest Makari up here. I didn't even notice. We'll walk around a little bit just to, while we're waiting on mana, go see what the other mini in the corner is. And it is a Lord of Loathing. Yeah, no, we need the Lord of Ire for Shield of the Immaculate. Although I think Innoruuk does have a very small chance to drop it, because I'm pretty sure he has a small chance to drop every mini. Oh yeah, the Divine Generals, because I want to say the event gives you a ticket to just pick a general to get for free. I think. Don't quote me on that. Because it's the anniversary Divine Generals, right? Because the Divine Generals anniversary event, I'm pretty sure gave you one of those. But maybe I'm gaslighting myself. I would say look that event up on the wiki and fact check me. Oh, and the ticket would only apply, by the way, to the Divine Generals that were available as, like, from previous years based on when that event ran. So, like, you wouldn't be able to get a free horse with it. Oh, based? Ethereal Mist chestplate. I'm pretty sure we have one of those in the bank. We'll just store that for later. All right, yeah, we take those. Right. Pacify one idiot, dispel the other. I guess this guy, this is just the regular mage type enemy, I guess, that drops the mage robes and stuff. Also, I see the little bit of mana we gained from buffing our ring and our... Well, from buffing our ring. Added 1 whole damage to our smites. Woo. What is that? Oh, that is actually Neriak's ceremonial robe. Okay, just black robe for all you Organization 13 cosplayers out there. Yeah, no stats on it, just a black robe for Fashion Quest. Super Sadala. Oh, right. This is the one that gives Super Sadala. That's right. Okay, yeah. I was thinking of I think there was a different event somewhere along the way that gave a Divine General pick ticket. Or the actually the yeah, the 12th anniversary award, yeah, was the Divine General pick ticket. Oh yeah, you should have no trouble doing Heart of the Sun. I mean, it's... Oh wait, if it's in the side stories yet. I mean, is it available? I would actually have to check. I do not rightly remember. It's not on the wiki. Night, summer, collabs. Platinum Sky, Old Lang Syne. Yeah, I thought Heart of the Sun got added like somewhat recently. Because that was the 10th anniversary. Or maybe it's getting added soon-ish? Oh, we got And You recently. Okay, so... We might not be... Heart of the Sun might be another, like, year away still. I will say the Romeo and Juliet events are all pretty good. Also, man, my endurance bar got evaporated there. Yep, and You is a pretty recent side story addition, I think. Okay, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it got a rerun, but not a side story yet. Oh, hey, ooh, Ethereal Mist Helmet. That is actually, yeah. We got 1952. We're gonna actually grab the helmet and the Mist Bracers. Actually, AC versus Strength and Agility. Dex and Charisma. We'll go ahead and store those away, but I think the helmet, we're gonna we're gonna moat up a bit here while we med. So it dropped at +1. Moat of minor potential. So we need, whoops. Meant to grab 2 of those, but whatever. Up to +2. Lesser potential. Grab 2 of those. So, you know, we might actually run out of moats here sooner rather than later. But let's move 4 of these. No, wait. Moats of potential. We can use like 1 of those. Merge. And then major potential, we can use, what, 4 of those and should get it all the way to +5. Yep, there we go. That makes sense. There we go. That looks pretty good. And I think that we can, I'm happy to replace skull-shaped barbet. Yeah. There we go. That feels pretty good. All right, actually, let's take off the skeleton illusion. Oh. There we go. Nice purple helmet there. Very nice. Very aesthetic. Oh, hello, Maestro. I see you've got your stupid mace equipped. Okay, Event Leisha. I love Leisha, but, like, Cygames just won't let her be good. So they aren't side-storing Heart of the Sun. I figure Heart of the Sun will hit side story probably next year, I guess. Or I guess the other, like the thing with Leisha, for what it's worth, she does actually, like her new version, or updated style, does actually synergize with her dad, but you have to have, like, a very specific team to make both of them work. They're very restrictive, and it's very questionable whether the juice is worth the squeeze. And just run all swords, you know? Yeah, just Just become Siete. Yeah. Only one. Only lasted 1 day off. I actually I used last night to do some filming for a video where I was talking about Paladin and cleric spells. It ended up being a 2 hour long video. I thought it would take like 40 minutes to do the whole thing. Yeah, it took 2 hours. And I would have actually just done another video filming tonight, but because a patch dropped today, it reset all the raid lockout timers. And they said they did some rebalancing on solo instances of Innoruuk and Kazakh, so I wanted to give that a try to see how much it changed. And besides, I wanted an excuse to hopefully get a Shield of the Immaculate to drop. The Xeno guys in Swords, yes. The main reason you do that, two things. One is to get lusters, because you need a lot of those. And the other is because you want to ultimately get your choice of gold bricks or Arcarum stones, whatever they're called, for like your uncaps and stuff. Yeah, yeah, Evo lights. Thank you. Because the only other way to get Evo lights is Guild Wars badges. Now, admittedly, it takes a lot of kills on the Xenos to get a gold brick or an Evo light, but still very, very worth it. And you're getting lusters along the way, which, like I said, you need. Oh, hey, we crit an earthquake proc. That's cool. Diamond. We can sell that. All right. And we'll do these last two trash mobs, and then we will get set up for Innoruuk. All right, we can't pacify him because he's a red con. Duh. All right, but we can pacify the other one. Oh, he's a warrior mage, so of course he gave himself a damage shield. Did not buff his neighbor, though. Rude. And then, yeah, once the new Arcarum event with the Transcendence drops, we'll see what the actual material requirements are for the Transcendence. Whether we need more Evo lights, which is entirely plausible, by the way, or not. Mairimashita Iruma-kun. Yeah. have not heard of it. Oh, hey, a ruby, aka another copy of, or another chance at an Evander's hoop. Always got to store rubies away. Indico light boots +1. Sure, we'll store those. Because we have so much Indico light gear. We have more Indico light than Valorium, I think. Actually, yeah, I haven't had time to read much of anything in a while. Haven't had a time to watch much, lately, other than Cinderella Grey. I mean, because of playing EQ Legends Beta, the days that I've gone to bed before 4 in the morning over the last 2 or 3 weeks have been few in number. Okay. Yeah, that sounds wholesome. All right. And Innoruuk is still a single-class wizard. Okay. Voiced by Q to use VA. All right, cool, cool. Interestingly, if Innoruuk rolls like a second caster class, it might make him easier because it'll just give him enough mana to keep spamming potentially mediocre spells. The more time he's able to just stand around spamming Immobilize, the better. Let's see, do I want to be in Recovery or Divine? I think we're going to... We'll try Recovery, but if we need to switch to Divine, we will. When EQL streams on at the same time, need to spread out. Hey, Gagum Grim. How's it going? Happy Tuesday. Yeah, nothing stopping you from having, like, 8 tabs open. And just watching all of those streams simultaneously while strapped to your chair like Clockwork Orange. Nope, I do not have any pet classes actually leveled up because I just don't care about pets. I'm testing out the Plane of Hate rebalance. D0 did not seem noticeably different. So we're going to try +1. He's still single class, so I don't expect it to be... +1 is not really that different from +0, generally speaking, so I'm not really expecting much difference. So let's hit promised renewal. Okay. We will be a little bit... okay. Mana detonation going off. Yeah. Mana detonation hurts. Another one. Alright, but now he's just casting Immobilize. Ow, I gotta actually patch heal. Because he wants to melee, he doesn't want to cast. Come on, man, you're a wizard. Cast spells. I mean, preferably he's just gonna stand here and cast Immobilize until he runs out of mana. That's like the dream. Oh, he actually managed to root me. Ooh, and stunned the crap out of me with Markar's Discord or whatever it's called. Markar's Discord, please resist. Out of fire, it's... More Drought of Fire, that's fine. Immobilize. Yes, cast Immobilize, please. Please cast Immobilize. I love being rooted. It's my favorite thing. On account of it doesn't matter. Yeah. Ooh, let's drop a Spell Echo, or Sacred Echo, just in case. Also, he is missing a lot more. Okay. You know, I think that might be the big balance change. Like, he used to have near 100% accuracy. He's actually missing left and right. So, oh, and he... Alright, we got a nice little chunk of stuff here. We got another mask. 2 more eyes. +1, whatever. We're just going to sell those. Oh, we got some sandals. Which would be nice. We could pump... our sandals are only +4 right now. We'll grab those. Oh, pauldrons +3 based. Our pauldrons are currently +5. We need to go on a moat farming spree, so I'm just gonna loot those. I'm not going to merge them in just yet. We'll just add them to the loot pile. Okay. +1 went down nice and easy. Beefiest, most durable build you can think of to take to Sky. Another, I mean, you got the meta build of Warrior, Cleric, Bard. I think it's pretty hard to top that. I think that is just, you know, pending Bard nerfs, just the strongest build in the game for general purpose stuff. Especially for soloing, because you have basically infinite mana and infinite health. And one of the Sky instances, by the way, are not in game yet. I'm hoping we see those next week. No promises or guarantees, though. We'll find out when we get there. That's still in the process of development. Oh, hello, a Spectre. You, because, like, because, like, Sky is much stronger than Hate and Fear. And some of the enemies, like Eye of Vishan, are just head and shoulders above everything that comes before them. Let's go to +2. Great raid. Yes, please. So also depends, are we talking solo or in a group? Because right now, soloing Sky in general is really hard. Ugh. You can one-turn Mammoth now, based. Because like one of the problems with Sky is any given island has a lot of enemies. And I got Magi Patassa again, Master of Spite again, Mistress of Scorn again. Oh, come on, I need a Lord of Ire, please. Like one of the problems is there are a lot of enemies on any given island with massive aggro radii, and even by the first island isn't so bad. Plus, you can just skip the first island by buying the key off the Keymaster. The Imp Island, Island 2, isn't too bad. I was able to solo my way through Isle 2 on D0. But then you get to Isle 3, and the enemies just power up so much. They have huge aggro ranges. And just a ton of HP. They hit like trucks. It gets hard from Isle 3, and you're still at the beginning of the zone at that point. You have not gotten to, like Keeper of Souls. You haven't gotten to Sister of the Spire or any of that fun stuff. God forbid you haven't gotten to the bees yet. I have no earthly idea how you would solo the bees. You're out for the night. All right, Jam Man. Thanks for swinging by. We'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. Yeah, what do we get there? Imbrued. Yeah, more Bard arms. I don't care. So. Alright, now, because we get dispelled by the boxes, we gotta rebuff. Beefy build for endgame stuff to solo. Yeah, no Bard. Let's presume you would want some kind of tank then. So, and the reality is, I think for general purpose soloing, I think all 3 tank classes are fundamentally interchangeable. The, Warrior does give you slightly bigger base numbers to work off of, but either of the Knights will trade out some HP and AC numbers for the fact that they contribute to your mana pool. So, and then, yeah, Paladin is going to get you a couple of useful spells. Things like Pacify, which is really useful. Things like Valor of Mar as a haste buff if you're not also running either Shaman or Enchanter. Get you some proc buffs, gets you Slay Undead, which admittedly none of the big bosses in the game are undead, so, but a lot of trash mobs on the way are. Versus Shadow Knight gets you stuff like Feign Death, which is just supremely valuable. Paladin also gets you access to Fiery Avenger, which is the best weapon in the game, asterisk. It's got better total stat value than, although there is a Berserker Plane of Sky quest weapon that does have a slightly better ratio. So, depending on kind of what your priorities there are, I think there's no wrong choice between the three knights, and I think the difference in terms of just overall stats is more of an aesthetic choice than anything else. Spell interrupts from Paladin stuns are great. Feign Death is great. Just warrior numbers are great. It's like, do you want to just really min-max your defenses, or do you want to add more mana so you can just keep healing longer, or do you want the utility of a spell kit, or whatever? So obviously I am predisposed, very biased toward Paladin. So that's always my my vote, but in terms of just pure min-maxing, I don't think there's necessarily a wrong answer. And then presumably you would want a priest class. Druid, I think, definitely lags behind in for the kind of scenario you're talking about, because it doesn't have any slows, and it also doesn't have the pure healing capability of a cleric. The broader toolkit of a druid does have value. Also, having track is nice for just going around zones looking for rares and stuff. That's a useful thing. Does not help you just go face to face with Innoruuk or Kazakh or whatever, though. You zone into Plane of Hate, you know where Kazakh is. Or to me, if you zone into Fear, you know where Kazakh is. You zone into Hate, you know where Innoruuk is. And Gazrook 2020, hello, welcome to the program. Thanks for that follow right there. I appreciate that. More new faces. Always a good thing. And this stupid Shaman Beast Lord decided to slow the crap out of me. Oh, crap. I need to keep my head in the game a little bit. Why are my, Okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't have a Cure Disease prepped. And a Shield of the Immaculate has not dropped for me yet, so I will just be operating at the speed of ass. Though, actually, you know what we can do? Hey, we're gonna do that. We're gonna see if we can do this mid-combat. He's hitting slow enough. I think we can do that. Yep. We can mem spells mid-combat. Palate Cleric. And then from there, it really depends on where your preferences are. For example, like, if you want to go maximum turtle mode, that can probably just solo anything eventually, you could add something like Shaman for a slow, so you have all this, and Shaman also gives you all the big buffs as well, or Enchanter even. I've heard Chanter goes really hard in the Paladin combo. I haven't leveled up my Chanter to confirm or deny, but that's what I've heard. You could add or Beast Lord to get a little bit of extra damage potential from a slightly more offensively minded class, while also having a pretty good slow, even if it's not as good as what Shaman get. Chanter gives you the second best slow and also some really, really good offensive buffs. So that would be nice. Also, another full caster will give you a lot more mana to power your heals and smites and whatever else. I think there's something to be said for that. Versus something like, you know, Berserker or Rogue to add triple attack and a damage button in the form of either Frenzy or Backstab. You know, Berserker giving you Berserker stance is a huge boon because it doubles your attack speed, and also that also applies to the cooldown on things like Smite. So smiting twice as often. Oh. Rune-etched Van Braces, sure, we'll merge those, I guess. And a Gardash +2 is still just a not interesting weapon. This stupid Forsaken Revenant. Putting a damage shield on him and his friend. Also, gotta say, just the whole doubling your attack speed thing just makes your auto attacks feel so much more impactful. Because you're going boom, 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 boom. Instead of boom, boom, boom. So, yeah, it just makes it feel good. Classes give double attack. I mean, most of them. Although a pure melee class like Rogue or Berserker or Warrior will have much higher skill caps than Paladin and Shadow Knight, which have relatively low skill caps. And also, the Knights don't get double attack until 20, whereas pure melees, generally speaking, get it at 15. Ooh. Oh, that's cool. I forgot that even existed, the Prismatic Shield. Okay, 12 to all saves, 23 AC. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's actually very nice. It would not... Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't replace either of my any slots right now, because Skinner's Belt just has way too many stats on it. But, you know what? We take those. We'll add it to our loot pile. Likewise, generally speaking, by the way, Paladins and Shadow Knights have slightly lower weapon skill caps than the pure melees. Truth Slayers, hello, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here. And yes, hybrids other than bards. So Paladin, Ranger, Shadow Knight, Beast get Spellblade. Is he hasted? Is that what, Oh, yeah, because he... Wow. Magic Patasa here is a mage/paladin. So, yes, he was smart enough to cast Valor of Mar on himself. We're gonna deal with that. And Tinfoil Hat 2046, thanks for that follow right there. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you with us. By the way, just saying, we're starting to be knocking on the door of 300 followers here, so it would be kind of cool to hit that. It would be a nice little landmark to get, you know, somewhere in the foreseeable future. Ah, you saw the YouTube vids. Welcome. Oh, this guy is stunning the crap out of me. We're going to actually go ahead and drop a Sacred Echo just in case. A little, especially because this guy really wants to stun the crap out of me. Oh, man, and he gets to cast without needing, he gets to ignore the recast time on his spells, because that's just how NPCs be. Ow. Oh, this is gonna suck. And please stop spamming Holy Might. Also, please let me dispel you a little harder. There we go. We finally got rid of his haste. I gotta actually be a little bit careful here. This is, Oh, and I gotta recast Blessing of the Lord Commander. It's gonna wear off by the end of the fight. And by the way, yeah, for, anyone who didn't know, yeah, there is a YouTube channel. It has the same name as the Twitch channel. You can figure that out. We post, most of the VODs over there. Not necessarily all of them, but most of them. At least all the interesting ones. And if anybody wants to watch a 2-hour-long deep dive on the Paladin and Cleric spell lists as they currently stand, that was the video I posted last night. Oops. Crap. Crap. I'm actually going to go into Divine Stance here. And, what's he casting? Oh, alright, he's just casting. Heals on himself now, so. Is this a waste of ones and zeros? Well, superior healing on this guy's HP pool is a waste of ones and zeros. Yeah, like, Paladin is almost a strictly detrimental class for NPCs to take. Except when they have enough mana pool to sit there and spam Holy Might over and over and over and over. Which in this case he does, because this guy is also a mage by default. And yeah, NPCs get to ignore the recast time on spells. Normally, Holy Might has a... either, I want to say a 24-second recast? Oh, we're up to 417 damage on Smite now, by the way. That's cool. Picked up a little bit more there by pumping the numbers on our gear a little bit more. That's cool. Oops. I should actually heal myself before... I should pay attention. Another Eye of Innoruuk +2. What is my... The Eye of Innoruuk is probably like +5 or 6 or something, because it's so common. Wait, where's my Eye of Innoruuk? Why do I have 3 Fire Beetle Eyes in my inventory? I don't need those. Huh. Either way, you know what? Eye of Innoruuk, interestingly, is actually tradable. We can just sell it, which we will. Yeah, Apothic Sleeves, I don't care. Apothic Crown, I don't care. But yeah, we do need to cast, Blessing of the Lord Commander, though. Also, let's see, which mini spawned in the corner? Lord of Ire, based. Okay, we get another shot at maybe getting a Shield of the Immaculate, which would be very nice. And Innoruuk Golden. Okay, what's our 5938 and 5989 mana? Okay, we're knocking on the door of 6k HP. Once I think we need natural. Yeah, we need 2 more ranks of natural durability. So the next one gives us another 5% HP, so that will kick us up over 6k. Excuse me. And then there's another rank after that. Off the top of my head, I don't know how much more that gives, but we will definitely grab it. That'll be... I guess we'll do some AI grinding tomorrow, I think. At least to start the night, we'll do like 1 or 2 loops of leveling classes from 10 to 22 for funsies. Combo with Ranger instead of Cleric to get dual wield and a ton of extra attacks. LOH and Spellblade can keep you up. Yeah. And remember, the other thing is Spellblade, you know, being a proc, it is RNG based. Also, proc base, or the proc rate, is based on the mana cost of the spell relative to your maximum mana pool. So the more mana you have, the more often it goes off. Oh, heals got interrupted there. So, you know, hybrid mana pools are not amazing. And as I mentioned in the video, hybrids don't have access to specialization or spellcasting mastery. So your spells are even less efficient than they would be if you had a full caster of some sort in there. And honestly, right now, so far, I have not... Now, granted, I have not leveled... Ranger much. So far, I do not see much synergy between Paladin and Ranger. Ranger does bring some useful things to the table, like track. It gets dual wield, but you could get dual wield from Monk. Monk would get you better caps on things like block. Now, Monk adds a nice bit of defense via all those evasion skill caps that it has in spades. Or, for that matter, you could have Warrior in there. You know, get better weapon caps. Yeah, and everything. Slightly better soft cap AC. I mean, you know, with a pure melee, you don't get extra mana. And, you know, less mana means less smite damage as well. And, yeah, it takes so long to get superior healing. It comes on so late. Yeah, and hey, Kawada Doll, yeah, the fact that Fiery Avenger exists, and yeah, the Berserker Sky Weapon also exists, and it does have a better ratio, but, you know, at that point, you've beaten Plane of Sky, you've already, you know, beaten the game as it currently exists. So, yeah, that comes online even later, whereas you could get, you could have Fiery Avenger at level 46. You know, you would probably need someone to gather party you up to Island 4 on Plane of Sky. You know, or, you know, unless you find a party to join that's actually doing the keying process. Because you're definitely not soloing up to Island 4 at level 46. Not a chance in hell. Hell. Soloing up to Island 4 at 50, decked out in, you know, late stage planar gear, I don't think is plausible. Or at least not bloody likely. If I sat down and, like, really struggled, I don't know. I think I could actually solo my way through the Gorgolosk Island, but it would take me forever. And it would take a lot of trial and error as I try to get the positioning just right and pull things very, very carefully, one at a time, med to full between every mob. Like, it could be plausible on D0, maybe. Maybe. Unfortunately, you don't have to kill anything on Island 4. You just have to get there. But Island 3 is no joke. With a partner or two, I think it would be plausible. Again, with late-stage planar gear. As a freshly minted 46, not a chance in hell. But, you know, I did Nagafen solo as a freshly minted 46. Vox at 46... I mean, the only thing that honestly would make Vox hard is just splitting out her room, which there are tricks to that. So, you know, soloing Vox as a freshly minted 46 with trash gear, plausible if you know what you're doing. Requires a little bit more meta knowledge than Nagafen, just because on solo mode, Nagafen's room is just designed that all the mobs are by themselves. You don't have to worry about splitting anything. Vox does not give you that courtesy. And yeah, the thing about, like, dual wielding as a paladin, like, on one hand, paladin sky weapons, you know, there is, you know, there is a nice one-hander. Wait, is it Thelvorn or is it Aldrin that's the one-hander? Or is it both of them? Either way. One of them is really nice, but it's just one weapon, and, you know, all of the, you know, nice knight one-handers are primary only because knights don't get dual-wield. So, you have a very normie off-hander, so you only have, like, so you only get, you know, half of the itemization advantage that is normally cooked into the knight classes as a bonus for being otherwise, you know, inferior in terms of melee. Purely for the heal. And yes, we are absolutely using Fiery Avenger +5. I've got a Soulfire click in there, as well as an Earthshaker proc, and a Kellen's 7-stringed loot just for funsies. And yeah, Cleric for the heals, also for the AC and HP buffs, also for Blessing of the Lord Commander, which is life gain on hit. Yeah, Rogue Pants. I don't need Rogue Pants. So, Shaman for slows and buffs would probably be, I think, the second best option in this setup. Definitely a strong argument to be made for Shaman. You know, slow is huge. Those offensive buffs are huge. Yeah, not a bad choice at all. Yeah, strong contender for second place. Oh, look, this Mistress of Scorn is also a paladin. So she is once again trying to spam me with Holy Might. But look at how fast her mana is going down compared to what Magipatasa's was. You can tell she has a lot less mana because her main class is warrior instead of mage. Yep. As I mentioned in the video, I think if they gave Healing Light to Druids and Shaman, I think that would be a very worthwhile buff. Add that in at like 45 or 48 or something to help bridge the gap a little bit. Because honestly, clerics are probably just not ever casting that spell because they have PR and echoes. Let the Druids and Shamans have Healing Light. Let them heal for more than 10% of a tank's HP. Throw them a bone. And yeah, Big Wilfred, good evening. Good to see you here. We are in Hate +2 right now. Hate did get a... Or Innoruuk especially. Innoruuk solo and Kha'Zix solo. Both got retuned in today's Natch. If y'all read the posts. The Natch posts did not specify what those rebalances mean specifically. So we're just testing it out. We got through +1 with really no difficulty. But +2 is now... +2 could be a different story. You know, generally speaking, +1 is not noticeably harder than +0, just across the board. It's usually a pretty minor difference. So... apparently I just have some imbrued greaves anyway. Alright, well, you know what, if I'm holding on to them anyway, then, yeah, sure, whatever. And we have some imbrued plate mail greaves +5 now. Alright, cool, whatever. Alright, we do need to med up for Maestro, though. Nerdiest streamer who talks theory crafting. I don't know. Is that a compliment? Yeah, retuned up or down. Yeah, they did not specify in the Natch posts, so we're trying it out. So far, hasn't really felt any different. I will say, in the previous change to Maestro, they nerfed his proc rate by like 90%. He had, past tense, a proc rate on his life tap of either 100% or damn close to it. As I actually had to go into Berserker stance and basically go full burn mode just to outrun his healing. They nuked his proc rate down by like 80 or 90%. Made that much more reasonable. Absolutely a compliment. Okay, good to hear that. And at least I noticed a few people in the YouTube comments also appreciate my fashion sense, so that's nice. Hopefully those of y'all coming from the YouTubes are not disappointed that I'm only wearing a sport coat instead of a tux tonight. I'm slightly less formal. Torpor line is 6-second cast. Yeah, that, you know, inversion stance is a thing. You know, though the question becomes, do you use overchannel to make sure it lands, or do you use inversion to actually be able to cast it successfully? And, you know, depends on the case. Although with Innoruuk, I think his aggro range is small enough. I think you could safely get within visual range and in casting range and actually cast it on and actually pull him with it. So you switch to overchannel, cast it from max range. I want to say you could pull him with it, I think, and then switch to whatever stance you prefer after that. Speaking of, what does he have on it? Yeah, Maestro, we're going to just nullify your buffs. We're just going to pull with the spell. Actually, you know what? He can have so. He doesn't run. Yeah, you can macro them correctly. That was a problem before. I just use the hot buttons. I really don't make a lot of macros other than like /gsay assist me on %T. You know, Spellblade, I do like Spellblade. It is nice. Though, if I'm in a situation, I don't use it necessarily while soloing bosses, because while soloing big bosses, I generally want to be in recovery stance to maximize mana, because I want to have more casts of PR at the end of the day. In a group, I will absolutely put on Cleric Group Heal in my Spellblade for cost-effective group healing. But now that's a very different scenario than having to carefully manage mana to get through a boss fight that's going to last several minutes. And where it is a race between the enemy's HP and my mana. And generally speaking, just the pure efficiency of casting more PRs trumps everything else. Potentially more smites depending on if I'm actually using them. Like on Innoruuk, I am not going to be smiting until probably until he's at like at least half health probably, because I need to get a feel for the pacing between my mana and his life. And because if I have mana to spare in the back half of the fight, I'll use it. So it's going to be a big question also of how fast he burns out his mana bar. And if he spends his mana wisely on big nukes, or if he wastes it on Immobilize. Or especially, if he rolls a healer class, then the fight might actually get easier, because he'll stand around casting, like, superior healing or whatever for the entire back half of the fight. And in the time that he heals himself for 600 HP, I'll auto-attack him for, like, 2,000 or 3,000. So kind of like Maestro is doing right now, casting greater healing because he's a Beast Lord. Being an absolute moron, trying to heal himself for 400. Yeah, in the time that I smack him for 2,000. And half the time he gets interrupted anyway. Because he has, hybrid channeling skills. They just are not good enough. Alright. Another Eye of Innoruuk. We'll sell that for money. Another loot. I already have one. We'll just sell that. And a 6-note blade. Yeah, we'll just sell that too. So, no extra shield of the Stalwart Seas, unfortunately. Rip. But we have a Lord of Ire over here. So this is a chance to get a Shield of the Immaculate. So, send me all of your drop luck power here. I would like a Shield of the Immaculate very badly. I have had horrific luck on it so far. I just need one to drop ever. I will immediately mode it up to +3, I think is... yeah, 1, 2, 3. No, excuse me, clicks are only +2. Am I looking at that right? One, focus, yeah. It's actually only... Actually, I don't even have to mode it, because we're on +2. You only need +2 for clicks, so... Alright, I got this for sure. Okay, alright. Truth Slayers, you're sending me your luck. Alright, you're not gaslighting me, right? You're... Alright. We definitely got this. Also, other thing to note, by the way, because loot is rolled when the mob is rolled per person after the mob dies, a mob wielding its weapon or not has no indication as to whether or not he's going to drop that weapon. So he's got the Shadow Knight scythe here. He's wielding it, and it is affecting his combat stats. But that does not have any impact on whether he will drop it or not. Though we could hypothetically disarm it off of him to make him go back to his normal punching damage. I have disarmed Nagafen on several occasions when he was wielding the Shaman Hammer. Heard anything? If I have or have not, it's not in the public patch notes or in public Discord, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. That would have, because whatever happens on the beta Dick Sword is under NDA, so can't say. So, but yeah, at least no public information to that effect. I mean, I think Frenzy is already good, though that's coming from the perspective of somebody who played Paladin on live for 13 years, the lowest DPS class in the game. So, my perspective of what constitutes good damage is different from other people's expectation. So at some point, it at the very least, Frenzy will get buffed. To what extent, if I know or not, that's NDA'd. And I will say, though, for those who didn't hear it earlier, Berserker Stance did get fixed today, so that when you run out of endurance, you do lose the haste buff from it. Which is how it was supposed to work all along. And now it just actually works that way. So, it got fixed. And that's good, because the fact that you could run out of endurance and still be running in blender mode was just goofy. Every other stance stops working when you run out of endurance, as well it should. So that was not a nerf, that was a bug fix. And honestly, if you were allowed to keep running at double speed with no endurance, that would honestly just make Berserker Stance just better than every other stance in the game. No questions asked. So, and he did actually drop Blood Moon, which was not guaranteed, but he did. And no shield, of course. Yeah, and Blood Rune was not supposed to proc off of spell crits. It was, and it no longer does. But again, that was a bug. It was not supposed to do that. Yep, he trolled me by actually dropping what he was holding instead of giving me his shield. What an absolute jabroni. Okay, Shiny Brass Idol, by the way, you can see is still consumable. It's not just a cooldown item. Alright, what do we have for the two trash mobs? Okay, they're both yellow cons, so we can pacify both of them. Come on, if I can click him. Come on, there he is. Alright, so we'll pacify. Oh, of course he resisted. Oh, he resisted, but it was not a crit resist, so he didn't aggro. There we go. Can't quite see him. There we go. And we'll just Pull the other with a Dispel, because we don't want to get summoned. And then we'll see how hard, after these two, we'll see how hard +2 Innoruuk is. See if he is, And, yeah, I think it will largely depend on what his class setup is. You know, does he roll a good combo or not? Race choice on this pally. I am a, well, skeleton right now, but there we go. I am a human. And Pretty Burb TV, hello, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here. And now we do have the Erudite Shield, the Shield of the Stalwart Seas, but, useful piece of information here, all racial restrictions are gone from all equipment in the game. So, race is now all for everything. Yep. Which is also why we are able to have an Earring of Bashing equipped, because normally you have to be an ogre for that. Or Ring of Pureblood is High Elf. Or Engineer's Ring is Gnomes. Or Skinner's Belt is Troll, I want to say. Ice Belt is Barbarian. You know, actually, most of Innoruuk's stuff traditionally is race specific, which is interesting because this is the only place that's really a thing. Yep. Also means that Ixars are able to wear plate mail. So, yeah, Ixars are eating good. And, ooh, Innoruuk is a Bard wizard, so his second class adds basically nothing, because NPCs just do not know how to play Bard. So, I will try to test my earlier hypothesis, though, of, can we actually pull him from spell range? All right, I'm gonna put PR and Pretty Burb TV. Thanks for that follow. I appreciate that. We're getting a little bit closer to 300 here. Starting to knock on that door, as I said. All right, can we? Whoop, can we get? I think I moved. And yes, you can absolutely pull any with a spell from... He has a surprisingly small spell, small aggro range. Wow. Any blew 30% of his mana off the bat? What the hell? Oh, because did I get... What? Okay, now he has his mana back. I don't know what happened there. He, I don't know, just... And he was having a seizure or something. I'm not sure what just happened there. Oh, he is ice commenting me. That's gonna hurt. Oh, jeez. I am actually dropping a patch heal. I am actually LOHing. Alright, ooh. Alright, he came out swinging, and he came to play. Markers clash, you ass. Alright, I'm getting stunned for like 5 seconds. Why is my, thing not going off? Come on, can I... Oh, because I'm stunned, that's why. Come on. Can I get unstunned, please? There we go. I'm going to actually go to Divine Stance and hit Sacred Echo. I got 9 seconds. I need another fast heal. Yeah. 2. Okay. Yeah, man, whoa, he came out swinging, like I said. Alright, he's trying to cast Immobilize, though. Which... Jeez, I need another heal. Markers clash. Oh, that's so annoying. Oh, I need another patch heal. Oof. I'm burning mana. This is, actually scary. Admittedly, Markar's Clash, please don't stun me again, you ass. Alright. Oh, crap. Alright, Divine, heal. I'm gonna hope I don't need another patch heal. I need another patch heal. Oh, God. 17, come on. Ow! Damn. Whoa, he got a big melee around there. Okay, wow, yeah. Alright, that was the first W that Innie has cranked up. Yeah, he chose violence. I mean, admittedly, that is kind of his thing. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna, I'm gonna actually hit up the magic, I'm gonna actually load up all the resist debuffs. Dickie J. Hall, hello, welcome. It's because you joined the chat. Well, alright, well, we all know who to blame then. He doesn't dispel. We can just cast, yeah, we'll, like, load up cold and magic resist and hopefully, hedge our bets a little bit on resisting his spells. I mean, my faction standing with Residents of Hate cannot possibly get any worse. So, yes, he does actually hate me as much as is physically possible. Like trying to burn, I go Mage Hunter. You know, I am generally of the opinion that was 245. That he actually gets worse once he's out of mana. But that was before today's patch. He is casting spells a little bit more intelligently today. He's not just spamming Immobilize. He is also casting Mana Detonation and other good wizard spells. Markar's Clash, he is going hard on Markar's Clash, which is annoying. And I think one thing I've observed, and, you know, I do not have parse data to back this up. This is purely observation. I feel like if he was toned down at all in today's patch, I think what they did was tone down his melee accuracy. I feel like before, his melee accuracy was basically 100%, and it no longer is. He's still pretty accurate. But he does miss at all instead of having near perfect accuracy. So his melee damage isn't quite as horrific as it was. So I'm not as confident that pure burn is necessarily the strategy. A little bit of, you know, stance dancing into like defensive and or Mage Hunter might have some value from time to time. And hey, Truth Slayers, thanks for that follow right there. I appreciate that. Yep, actually, Pretty Burb, all self-only buffs are now permanent. So, Yawp, Valor of Mar, Cleric's Armor of the Faithful, yeah, any of those self-only buffs are all permanent now. targeted buffs have their standard durations. And actually, yeah, as someone should go. Actually, Divine Aura is a self-only buff, and it is not permanent. Yeah. So technically, not all self-only buffs are permanent. Just 99% of them. Actually, there's not 100 self-only buffs in the game, so it's less than 99. Divine Aura accounts for like 3.5% of all self buffs in the game. Real voice. No, I'm sorry to say, this is actually my real voice. I'm not faking this. I'm sorry to say I actually sound like this. The actually voice is actually doing a bit. You see your character? You absolutely may. You can, yeah, just a human wearing, I can, yep, just regular old, Commander Shepherd. Human. What is my camera? I gotta actually. I never change my camera angle. I gotta actually look up what my button is for that. Oh, because I don't. Is there like just a cycle camera? Uh, First person overhead. Chase. I will just make like I don't know, like that for now. Alt comma for a second here. Oh wait, that's the that's the wrong camera. Not that one. I need like zoom in, zoom out, toggle, tether camera left. Let's try it that way. Alt comma. Oh, come on. Alt comma. Does that work? Nope. Oh wait. Nope, that one doesn't work either. Let's try. Oh, just toggle camera view. Then we can just use that one. Does it not? Okay, does not that one either. Okay, what's the dang camera? Toggle mouse look. Oh, that's that one. Raise pitch. Where's? Is it just not on? Is it on a different one? Commands. No, because the camera in like this actually just stays behind you in that movement, strafe, toggle. I'm looking for the right command. Target. I swore it was in camera. Toggle mouse look, toggle camera view, raise, lower. Slide. Let me wait. Overhead. Is it tether camera? Maybe we'll try that one. There we go. It's that one. This is like the cinematic camera. So there we go. Using the nice mustache face. Toggle. First. Come on, where's the first person camera? Whoop. There we go. There we go. Love the soul. Actually, it's a Fiery Avenger, but it's the same graphic. And we are in +2 right now. 0 and +1 was easy enough. +2, suddenly he's dual classed. He's got more HP. He took the first W on +2. So let's all right, we're at full everything. We're going to gonna have to lock in a little bit here. All right, get into recovery stance, I think. We're going to try same strat as before, and we're going to hope for the best. Promised renewal, horse. Ice Comet's going out, but it's fine, I think. Elneric's going out. It's fine. Oh, my... We needed, like, a nanosecond for PR to go off there. That was a cheap shot there. Yeah, we had less than a second left on PR. He's actually... Fun fact, he actually doesn't quad. He only triples. But, yeah, it's still like 1,000 damage. Yeah, Yeah, I want to say his max right now is probably that 385 we're seeing. But, damn. Yeah, we needed less than a second for PR to go off. I thought we were fine there. So yeah, if +2 is like this, I don't think I can do +3. Maybe with a couple more AAs just to pad out my HP and stuff. Maybe. Do we need Well, with a duo partner, just to cast slow or to provide an extra patch heal periodically would make it completely trivial. A couple days ago, yeah, I did +1 and +2 with a Shadow Knight partner. We obliterated them. For +3 and +4, we got 2 more people, and we obliterated it. I mean, we just, like, completely curb stomped this idiot. Alright, we hit shoulder words, so yeah. Yeah, with 4 people, and they were totally random people. I didn't even check their classes or levels before I invited them to the party. I just said, who wants to come do Innoruuk? And the first people who responded, I sent invites to. So total randos. And yeah, even on +4, we obliterated it. Berserk Shaman and Bard, Claire Rogue. I think we could clap his cheeks. Yeah, absolutely. Very easily, I think. Handy thing, yeah, because your Paladin is going to be doing, it's going to be casting slows at the beginning to hold aggro. Yeah, because your Paladin will sit in defensive stance, get him slowed, then switch to Zerk stance once you're settled in, while your Cleric pops heals, and is careful to not pull aggro until such time as slow lands. And then, yeah, you just demolish him. It would be, yeah, not hard at all. Yeah, at least +2 would be trivial. Assuming at least the tank is reasonably geared for this level of content. Meaning not running around in banded, basically. Wait, why is there a second mob up? Innoruuk's... Wait. Huh? How did that happen? Why? I have no idea why this idiot is alive. Thought we killed this guy. Maybe not. Were we just running past him and... or her and not aggroing her on several occasions? Was that a thing? I didn't even notice this one was alive. Also, even just having one extra person DPSing means the fight only lasts half as long. Which you know, enables you to go, you know, which allows you to just burn harder and not have to worry about mana conservation. No, but people are scary. Not all people, just some of them. Did, Oh, wait, did... Alright. Alright, we're gonna get back to full everything. Outside is scary. Yeah. Well, in some places. Like, you know, major cities. You know, going outside in Los Angeles is pretty scary. Where I live, not so much. Alright. We got full mana, full everything. 12. So far, he just doesn't even feel like casting at all. Like, bro, you're a wizard. Stop cosplaying as a warrior. Shit, 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 shit. Oh. That got hairy there for it. Bro, yeah, please use your mana. And yes, keep casting garbage spells like Immobilize, please. Just keep rooting me. Please. Elnerix, okay. 7. 3. Pop. PR. Markar's Clash we resisted, thankfully. We're gonna go ahead and hit a rune just for funsies. We need Sacred Echo, I think. Alright, we're gonna click Soulfire. Please keep casting Immobilize. Alright. I noticed, yeah, PR is 18 seconds now instead of 12. I don't remember seeing that in the patch notes, but apparently that's a thing now. Well, sometimes it goes off in 13. It depends on server ticks. Thanks. Why did I, I'm gonna go ahead and just Sacred Echo. I think he's gonna catch up to me. I said Los Angeles. He's casting Rend. Big melee hits. PR off again, 49. D. Ooh. And there it goes. Ooh, mana detonation. That's no fun. We're gonna need a Sacred Echo. We're okay. 1 second. Oh. Where are my, Where are my... There they are. 1. I clicked a Prayer of Life there, just to save my health a little bit. I got a little nervous there for a second. And I'm keeping the items up on screen, just in case. Oh yeah, we need a Sacred Echo for sure here. 6, 5, okay. Clicked another Prayer of Life there. They're here for a reason. 11. He is, slightly outliving our mana right now. We need a... Seven seconds. 1. Okay. And... boom. Whew. Yeah, no, I had LOH still. I was keeping that in the... an emote of lesser potential. Oh, boy. Also, yeah. Instead of using those Prayers of Life, we could have just used an LOH and we would have... Because we... 3 casts of Word of Healing is about 1,500 HP. Just small little patch heals along the way. Yeah, we could have just used an LOH and it would have, you know, done way more than what those Prayers of Life did. But, oh, nice. 2 Engineer's Rings. Whew. 1 eye, we're just going to sell that. Shattered Emerald, that's just epic trash. Triumphant Mask. Let's see, what's our current Triumphant Mask is +5.5. So we need to move that to like +4. You know what? We'll loot it. We need to put like, I don't know. We just plug 1. Probably, I don't know, 2 more maybe to go to +6. Yes. Let's see. Is that enough to take us... That should be enough, I think, to go to +6. Yes, it is. Merge up to +6. There we go. And... oh, yeah, the rings. We will... Because I'm going to want to moat those up once... Although I'm running low on moats. So, because that one's at +6. Engineer is at +5. So, yeah, we're just going to actually loot all those for now. And as close as that was, +3, I don't think is going to happen. Yep, that is the way to use moats efficiently. Because moats up through, up through and including +5, readily available. You know, like, I can go blow up, actually, another reason why we're going to need to do Befallen tomorrow, because I need more moats. Let's say we go grind some AAs in Befallen tomorrow, which is going to be the plan. In about 2 or 3 hours that we'll do that. Every hour, I expect to get between 10 and 15 moats of, like, +4 and +5. Plus some miscellaneous, like, 2s and 3s. So, okay, that was +2. Yeah, I seriously, yeah. There's no way +3 would happen. We would, because +3, he's going to be triple classed. He's going to have that much more HP. He's just going to outlast our mana bar. Befallen on +4. Yep. Oh, actually, you know what? This NBA, actually, NBA Jam here. I'll join here. He's doing Innoruuk D4. Follow. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. We're gonna go do we're gonna go do D4 any with this raid. It's gonna be a massacre. You're gonna delete this jabroni. Gonna stick with this combination. Oh, for sure. Yep. Multi-class. This is gonna absolutely be my go-to for general play. You know, as we get some more stuff leveled up to test around with, you know, we might find that some other combinations are specifically better for certain situations. So I do want to have the toolkit built out to deal with that sort of stuff. Yeah, it has served me well so far. You know, as I was saying, you know, a minute ago, I think there would definitely be a case. There's a case to be made for you know, for shaman slows. Hell, even Pal Claire Shaman for just pure turtle mode. That can just, you know, go completely brain off and just stand there forever. I think there's a case to be made for that. Oh, ready. I'm ready. So yeah, we'll as soon as we get to gather party here, we'll made in the span of the the 3 hate instances we did, we made about 30% of an AA. What's our playtime so far, by the way? This session, 3 hours. And change. And been playing since May 8th. Wow, it's been that long. Yeah, about 3 weeks now. Yeah, actually, you know what? That checks out. It's been a very quick 3 weeks. And in that 3 weeks, I think I've slept a combined maybe 30 hours. Maybe. I'm kind of curious to try some fetid fiends over in Fear. See how practical it is to solo the fiend hut. Should be pretty easy. The hard part is the hard part of Fear is everything has a monstrously enormous aggro range. So pulling less than 5 or 10 mobs at a time is the trick. Yep, we got a group here to go blow up open world +4 any. Yeah, and like I said, we're going to obliterate him. Trap of Logic, good evening. Yep. You know, it would have been better if Lord of Ire had dropped some a Shield of the Immaculate, but you know, no such luck. On the other hand, we got pretty good stuff off the Innoruuk kills so far, so that's useful. You know, some more rings to buff our rings, very nice. And we picked up an Ethereal Mist helmet along the way. All right, there's the gather party. Foop. All right, we got... Because we are in the, in the open world version, there are actual trash mobs here. The trash mobs are quite beefy, by the way. Yeah, they have a lot of hit points. But that's pretty much all they have. There's best in slot gear lists. Also, it is worth mentioning, by the way, Berserkers and Beast Lords have gotten their Plane of Sky quests implemented, but they do not have planar armor sets yet. So, and I haven't seen word on whether those are going to be implemented or not. I mean, and so best in slot lists might change. Also, the answer is just grab the stuff that drops in, Fear, Hate, and Sky. There you go. Those are pretty much your best in slots. And then, if you, between your classes, if you want more hit points, generally speaking, use the tank gear. If you want more mana, generally speaking, use the caster gear. Okay, they said on the live stream that they'll be adding full-blown armor sets for those classes. Oh, very good. I mean, as expected. Yeah, their sky quests are implemented. And yeah, the Berserker quest rewards are very nice. Yeah, the weapons they get are very good. Oh, actually, you know what? Because we're in a group, I can show off my favorite thing. Also, we're now smiting for 420, blaze it. I mean, if they were talking about it on stream, that probably means implementation is sooner rather than later. Yeah, we're gonna remove our. We're gonna put heals. Word of Healing in our Spellblade slot. Because, boy howdy, I like spellblading Word of Healing. He is a Ranger Rogue Wizard today. So he's going to be front stabbing people. to the best of his ability. Ooh, hey, mode of greater potential. That's a +6, I think? Hey, +6 mode. Very nice. We will, definitely take that. Oh, another Brewer's Mesh Cloak. A diamond. We'll sell that. Another Eye of Innoruuk. We'll sell that. Yup, he absolutely got annihilated, as expected. Oh, hey, Flying Robot Man. Yeah, enjoyed the video on the spell list. Glad to hear it. Thank you for that. Oh, the guild name Nerf Paladin. Yeah. Oh, Indicolite Vambraces. We'll store those away. And yeah, we will just add these to the pile of things that need to be moded up into the stratosphere. Now, the guy named Paladin is actually a paladin. Why aren't you behind the mob? Yeah, because I'm... Because... Just because. And, Brooke EQL, hello, welcome to the program. Also because enemies just don't really have enough, like, dodge, parry, and whatnot to really matter. And because it's entirely likely that I'll pull aggro. So I'm... So, just from mashing Smite. Or if my Spellblade group heals go off, I will very likely pull aggro. So, you'll notice we're all just kind of surrounding it. Yeah, as I mentioned in the oh, it's an Indicolite helmet +4, yeah, because I have just infinite piles of Indicolite armor. As I mentioned in the spell video, Word of Healing is my absolute favorite Spellblade choice while in a group. And you know, Cleric group heals work in Spellblade. The Paladin group heal does not because it has a 30-second cooldown for some reason. Sham heals, not good. On the other hand, you know, Shaman get a massive amount of damage prevention. Another Indicolite BP +4. They get a massive amount of damage prevention via slow. You know, which is, you know, arguably better than damage recovery. If you just don't get hit in the first place, then there's no chance of dying, right? So, but yeah, you know, Shaman get up through Superior Heal, which only does 600 and change. What, 610 or something? Which, when tanks are, you know, up over 6,000 HP, or even non-warrior tanks are up over 6k HP, a 600 point heal just doesn't amount to a whole lot. But on the other hand, yeah, Tash, slow, stat buffs, other buffs, yeah. Shaman are still really good. They do a lot more than HP recovery as opposed to clerics, which are very much one-trick ponies. You know, they buff HP and AC, and they heal. And that's about it. Because mobs that matter are unstunnable. Or I guess it wouldn't be Tash, it'd be Mallow from Shamans, yeah. But you know, yeah, same thing. Or, you know, it's a resist debuff, you know, you get the idea. It's a good debuff. And hey, Jocelyn. Welcome to the show. You're in my group right now. How's it going? Do I have, yeah. Oh, what are we... Oh, that's a lot of... That's a lot of mobs right there. None of these... What are we doing here? Are we just dying? In corner. In the corner here. Yeah, okay, in the corner. That's a lot of mobs. Yeah, looking hate. Hope the devs see your vid. I hope so too. You can post in Discord suggestions about it. Lots of your points apply to other hybrids. Yeah, until I think most of the... Alright, we're at least hitting this guy. Alright. No, he's out of range. And yes, thank you for the kind words, by the way. I do appreciate it. Oh yeah, all the buffs and debuffs they have, just absolutely carry. Should... Alright, LOH is back up. That's good. Yeah. Being able to solo at all back in the day was kind of a rarity. You know, that was mostly just reserved for the kiting classes. Where is... I think I actually need to go into recovery stance. As much as I like efficient heals. Is, oh. Are we hitting that one still, or? 5. Okay, yeah, we're hitting that one. Okay. Oh yeah, that AOE mez is doing a lot of heavy lifting. Even someone. Nah, we were moving from one area to another, and somebody's invis fell off for whatever reason. Have a link to your YouTube vid? I can't. Let's see if I can multitask here. Close. Content. Deep. Copy link address. That should be it. Oh nope. Hang on. No, that was the that's the wrong dashboard. Video link. There it is. Okay, Twitch. Get that in there. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. My pleasure. All right. Whew. Yeah, it's 2 hours long, so, you know. I thought, when I started recording, I thought that would take about 40 minutes. Then, when I was getting to the bottom of the list, I realized I was 2 hours in. All right. Yeah, that was, I was wearing my full tux for that. Oh, where was I? Oh, there we go. You know, instead of wearing, you know, just a sport coat like I am now. When you hit 50-50-50 and get some decent gear. Well, you know, I've been kind of... Oh, shit. Oh, the Enchanter. Oh, oh no. Oh no. Dang. That might be GG right there. Yep. Rip. Excuse me. I fixed my posture and looked back and the Enchanter was dead. Oh, did I... No, okay. Yeah, I can only do it for so long, and yeah, this was just too many mobs. Just way too many. And they're all actually quite tanky. Let off by sharing some of the changer duties. Yeah, pull away and root. Yeah. Um. That I don't know. Depends. That that would depend if there's enough space nearby to actually root safely. I don't know if that was the case, especially on +4. Aggro range here is pretty wild. Uh. So he says he had it under control and just mistimed a spell. So it happens. Oh yeah, I mean I remember the good old days, especially around like Serpent Spine, where on any given raid I'd be kiting 10, maybe 15 mobs at the same time. Or, off tanking, 5 or 10 mobs at the same time. Uh these guys also haven't. I don't know. These guys, not sure how off. How I'm not sure how much they would resist root. Yeah, probably fine. Yeah, it's a. Oh shit. Where did? Oh wait, am I? Oh. Frig. 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 Try to get my actual spells. God, trying to invis through this zone is such a pain. I swear. How to YouTube at all? Yeah. I mean, until pretty recently, I didn't do much with it, so that's why I never really have not historically mentioned it much. I've been Trying to use it a lot more here for Legends. Otherwise, it historically has been something of an afterthought. Oh. Get this. Oh, you know what? Let me go into Berserker stance. Be useful. Oh, another +6 moat based. Uh, somebody. Oh, wait. Uh. Uh. Crap. Heals. You need word of healing up. Alright, you make sure. Some. Nope, nope. Where, oh, jeez. This is this revoltant rat right here, where... There's... Oh. Oh. What's hitting me? Whoop. Oops. Nope, apparently he's out of range somewhere. Whoop. Oop, oop. Where is... I have to kill him or evac. Evac? Alright. Anyone have evac? Nope. I don't think so. Oh. Someone did. Oh. I was trying to heal him and he was out of range. I'm not even sure. Not sure where he was. Oh yeah, he was... Ah, Aldrin Blade of the Ocean +6. Very nice. $32.26 one-hander. Yeah, very nice. Hey, Dixa1, welcome, welcome. And you and the other guy seem like Palclair Zerk is the play. Have to be Ogre, so, I mean, it gets to the same place. So, yeah, I've been thoroughly enjoying the build so far from both a mechanical and just aesthetic roleplay perspective. Ogre on Unicorn, it's points for originality, gotta say. So yeah, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here. I think for the most part, you could go like any of the 3 tanks. How deep are the no stun A's? They're available like right off the bat from level 1. You need to be a tank to get full immunity. They do get a little expensive. To go the whole way through Steadfast Will all the way to rank 8 is a little expensive, but honestly, a lot of AAs are just... You can grind a lot of AAs efficiently, so it's not a big deal. I mean, you would have your work cut out for you as far as faction is concerned. Why am I moving so slow? Am I? Oh, because I'm like strong disease and snare. So yeah, you will have your work cut out for you on faction work, but it's not impossible. Okay, he's gonna just gather us up to. Paladin is a Paladin monk bard, and he's just gonna FD up to Innoruuk and gather party. So that will save us the work of having to invis up there. Yep, illusions will save you a lot of work, and you get the main illusions that matter pretty early from being an enchanter. Just like you get all the ports that matter for Druid and Wizard by the early to mid 20s. Which, oh yes, someone was asking a little earlier about like how long does it take to level subsequent classes after getting to 50 the first time. The kind of working on solving that question. I'll tell you, with the gear I have, I can take Pal and Zerk, and add a third random class to that is currently at level 10. Walk into Befallen and level that class to from 10 to 22 in a little over an hour. And it really does not matter what that third class is. some are a little bit more or a little bit less efficient, by a couple of minutes, but not a substantial difference. Do I have, show me. How many AIs do I have currently is 117. And in the span of leveling a class from 10 to 22, you gain 13 AAs each time. So 13 AAs in call it 65 minutes. And that's a process you can do a dozen times. So that right there basically buys, leveling every class to 22, which, could be, what the hell? That was goofy. Something that could be done in like one decent weekend of playtime without getting too much, spouse aggro or poop socking your way through it. It's like normal human amounts of playtime. Yeah, doable in a weekend. Oh, I didn't want Holy Might. Direct damage. Direct damage. Stun. Desist, please. And pacify. Direct damage. Stun. Cease. Got about 120 hours. 247 A's. Only Warclare Bard is 50. Let's see. Yeah, because if you leveled every class to 22, one at a time, or so you figure, 15 classes in the game? So, 12, let's say 12 times 12 is 144. Like that, plus like the 50 or 60 you get along the way. You'd be pushing, leveling your first trio to 50, and then turn around and immediately leveling everything else one at a time to 22. And you'd be sitting, you'd be at like 180 to 200, something like that. And by then you'd have like every AA that matters, pretty much. Versus, what is my playtime? Total playtime, I'm about to hit 6 days played. So, what, 120, 142 hours? 142 so far? Though, decent chunk of that was spent camping various items or, working on or testing out nonsense or just, stuff that does not produce meaningful amounts of XP. No time leveling other characters. You shaman to get shrink. You druid for ring. Oh, and here comes Innie. Hey, bud. Hello, Innoruuk. Good to see you. Oop. Whoa. We just got, like... My health bar just evaporated there, like, instantaneously. That was weird. Like, did anyone get the number on that train? Holy moly. Hey, ow. First time I've seen an ice belt in a hot minute. Another eye. Yeah, we'll just add those to the list of things that need to be moded and combined. Do you keep your A's? Yes. Yeah, if you switch to a class that no longer has a particular AA, that AA is just disabled until you switch back. But you never lose it. Well, yes, as Chrome here in the party mentions, from nothing to Earring of Bashing +5. Yeah. Oddly enough, Old World has almost no earrings outside of Jewelry Craft. You know, if you can't use Earring of Bashing, there's basically nothing other than Diamondine Earring and Evander's Hoop and stuff made by Jewel Crafters. That's it. It is basically a dead slot. Oh yeah, I've only dropped one. Oh yeah. Yeah, we need more earrings just anywhere in the game. They basically don't exist. You know, Innoruuk thankfully at least has 2 rings, which would normally be mutually exclusive because one you had to be a high elf and the other you had to be a gnome. And remember, the Earring of Bashing, normally you had to be an ogre to wear this thing. So in vanilla, jewelry slots are kind of dead. Which, by the way, I'm going to do a full-blown video. It'll probably turn into another 2-hour rant like the last one about itemization. But yeah, suffice to say, the Palclair Zerk combo also really opens up itemization in a big way. Having a pure melee class, and specifically, one that's on the Earring of Bashing list, a pure caster and a hybrid means you can equip and especially a knight. Knight, pure caster, and Zerk opens up damn near every item in the entire game, as far as itemization is concerned, when you would otherwise have some shortages. Where do I want to end up? I could just port back to... What time? Actually, that's a good question. What time is it? It is 2:39 in the morning. Okay. You know what? I think it is probably a good time to Origin. A lot of work to do on classes by devs. I mean, they're doing a lot of stuff. Doing a lot of itemization, a lot of balance options, a lot of stuff. So, as always, just because a problem exists today, does not mean that will be a problem, by launch or even by next week. A huge amount of stuff is getting pushed live every week. So, it is very much a work in progress in that regard. Yep, anything you find, yeah, and I mean, and jewelry craft is a thing. Now, there's not, from what I've seen, there's not a lot of people doing trade skills on beta. but those are absolutely things that you could do. Jewelry craft is a thing. And yeah, itemization updates, will probably, or I shouldn't say probably. A lot of updates will happen between now and launch. So, and we know that the early zones are getting itemization revamps, and Black Burrow's getting worked on, and Unrest is getting worked on. So, we'll see. But, yeah, right now... again, like... right now, Diamondine Earring from the Spa in Mistmoor and Evander's Hoop are kind of like the go-to options up until Earring of Bashing, if you can use it. Fortunately, it's got a pretty broad list of classes on it, so I think most people will, except for the dedicated triple int caster types out there, will probably be able to use this. So, because Shadow Knight's really popular, Warrior's really popular, Shaman's really popular. I can use it because of Berserker. Okay. So Paladin armor comes from the Fetid Fiends in Plane of Fear. Cleric armor comes from the Clerics in Plane of Hate. So unfortunately, you can't farm both at the same time. But while I'm here, we can go hit the bank real quick. We can do a little like slot by slot comparison. Though I am missing arms still. I have not gotten arm drops from either set. Let's see. Oh, also, I have another Covral's Mystic Pouch. And do I have another Treasure Hunter Satchel? I have another Covral's Mystic Pouch. So. I have a lot of junk here waiting to get moded up so we can raise our earrings to our rings and stuff to +7 or something. Very exciting for an old unreformed EQ addict. Very nice. I'd be correct in thinking a lot of work to do. Yeah, so. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, the last time I played seriously, by the way, was the tail end of 2013. When my guild Triality closed up shop. That was at the tail end of the Reign of Fear cycle. Basically, the last thing we did was kill the final boss of that expansion. Where's my Ethereal Mist armor? Is this it? No, that's Indicolite. Indicolite, that's just like a full Indicolite, plus a Soul Leech +4. Is it this one? Okay, so, it's +0, but we can see, the Ethereal Mist chestplate has 28 AC by default, 25 HP and mana, 15 stamina and wisdom. You can put them kind of side by side there. Versus Valorium chestplate has 35 or 36 AC by default. Has 14 strength, 9 stamina and wisdom. So the Ethereal Mist loses all the strength, has a little bit, but has more combined HP and mana on it at the expense of some AC. So a little bit of give and take. Any big gold sinks for high levels? Horses. Horses are for, well, Paladins and Shadow Knights get their horse via AAs. 5 AA points get you a horse at level 20. 9 AAs get you a fancy horse at level 50. Everybody else has to pay a gigantic plat sink. The translocators, who will let you not have to wait for boats, cost money now, 1 plat per level. Although there's been a lot of feedback on that pricing structure, so that might be subject to change. Oh, and it's per level based on the highest level you've ever attained. Oh wow, we made like 4,000 platinum today, by the way, just without even trying. Oh yeah, I'm actually not using Valorium gloves. That's right, because I'm using Slime Blood of Khazak Thul plus 5, which just blows these Ethereal Mist gauntlets out of the water, and it's not even close. Ethereal Mist Greaves. Actually, let me... I've got some Valorium Greaves to compare here. Valorium Greaves have 10 fire resist versus some poison resist on the Ethereal Mist. Valorium Greaves have int and agility, because thank you, Old World Plane itemization. Versus the Ethereal Mist Greaves have strength, wisdom, and agility. So, we could get more life and mana by going the Ethereal Mist route. We'd lose a little AC in the process. Not a huge deal. We'd lose some save fire, pick up some save poison, which is honestly a downgrade because there's just not that much need for poison resist. So, I would actually say the Ethereal Mist are probably better overall. And they're only missing like 4 AC. And only missing about 4 agility. So yeah, I think honestly, Ethereal Mist just wins. Kind of hands down, honestly. Brewer's Mesh Cloak is really nice. This one is normally dwarf only. Cloak of Scales, unfortunately, I can't use it because that is for that's a Warshad Monk Shaman Neck Beast. That's the XR item. Likewise, I've been kind of torn between the Dark Brood Mask and the Triumphant Mask. The huge save magic, I think, has a lot of value on the Triumphant Mask, but the Dark Brood Mask, now that I'm getting it plussed up, is looking real good. We lose a little bit of stats. We get, like, save everything except magic, unfortunately. Though, our magic resist is just way ahead of everything else. So, kind of 6 of 1. The Ethereal Mist Bracer has Dex and Agility. Or, excuse me, God, I can read. Dex and Charisma. Compared to, like, Strength and Dex on the Valorium. We get this Dragon Bone Bracelet for Strength and Agility. We could put the Ethereal Mist Bracer maybe in place of the Dragon Bone Bracelet. And, it would be, I don't know, again, kind of a wash, honestly. Honestly, I kind of like the Strength on that. If we had a second Valorium Bracer, I would probably just use the second Valorium Bracer. And, oh man, look at all those, many, major potentials. Yeah. Right, We got 2 motes of greater potential. Very nice. Unfortunately, you know, you need more and more of these motes, because like a mote of greater potential goes up to rank 6, but it only adds 6 points. And you need 32 points total to go to +6. So they start getting really inefficient. The +8 mote adds 8 points, or like 8 XP basically, to the item. And by then you would need like 128 to get the next level. So you just need more and more of them, and they become rarer and rarer as you go. So it becomes more a case of, you know, mote things up to +5 and then fuse them. And only bust out the big boy motes for, you know, very special occasions. But like in this case, yeah, we'll go get some like a stack of vanilla and major motes tomorrow, just grinding AAs. Like we could, like I would rather level my Leatherfoot sandals. I'd rather level both of them up to 5 and fuse them into 6 than just fuse them into 5. Because I haven't dropped, because that's only the second pair of these I've ever dropped. So I don't want to waste them. Likewise, I want to level my ice belts up to +5 and fuse them into +6. Would love to, you know, get this earring up to +6 somewhere along the way. And yeah, once you get past +6, it starts getting really, really inefficient. Oh, hey, that was a good way to get up Knights of Valor rep for the Fiery Sword. Knights of Truth is really easy. Just kill Lucan Delir a few times and you'll mix it out. So, actually, I'm curious. Can you make a like personal instance of West Freeport for the sake of killing Lucan Delir? Let's actually go test that real quick here. I'm honestly not sure. I think this little Lucan check here will probably be the last thing we do tonight because it's almost 3 in the morning. Can I make and enable a personal instance? Yes, I can. You can make it a solo instance. +4. Yeah, +4. Oh, yeah, you can just make solo instances. Based. So, yeah. Lucan is always up if you want him to be. So we're gonna go murder him for fun. Because we can. We just gotta wait for the zone to spin up here. Since it's a personal instance. We don't want to deal with gate guards, though, because gate guards have special aggro ranges that we don't want to deal with. Or special stats. Oh, shit. God damn it. Ugh. I had the wrong spell prepped. Okay, whatever. Does he still have jacked up, Yeah, they do. They have jacked up gate guard stats. Of course they do. Yeah. Not bunnies. Alright, you know what? We're going to... oh, yeah. I think they're going to be probably borderline... Oh, yeah. Those gate guards have stupid stats. They are basically, they're meant to be borderline unkillable. Because they're meant to just delete, yard trash and protect the town from, shenanigans. I think they are probably borderline on... Oh, wait, did I? Oh, he is, no, he resisted, didn't he? Yeah, unironically, you know what? I'm actually going to let them kill me. You know what? I'm going to pull them... Actually, wait, they're going to... Let's go ahead and respawn. Of course, wait. Yeah, of course, I respawned where they're standing. So let me just go ahead and pull them out to, like, the corner of the zone. Yeah. Yeah. And I'm going to let him kill me on purpose. Yeah, these guys actually have the stats of, like, gods. But we can just sneak past them by strategic dying. Okay. And, can look in the house here, and I see Brother Gentry is there, and Lucan is there. Very good. Okay. The guards inside town, we can just kill. That's no big deal. Okay. Now, can I finish memming my buffs, please? Alright. Now. These idiots would leave me alone for just a second. This Fiery Defender is the actual epic, so that one is not available until Kunark. Though, interestingly, you can pre-farm almost the entire quest. Because you get Fiery Avenger, that's half the quest right there. Then you kill Thought Destroyer in Plane of Hate to get the Tainted Darksteel Breastplate. Unfortunately, although Kirakville exists in Nectalos Forest, you can't actually attack him yet, so you can't get that piece. And I'm not sure if Keeper of the Tombs is active and attackable in the hole or not. I'm not sure. Yeah, Fiery Avenger is totally available because it's the weapon I'm using. Now we're gonna go. Killing Lucan is a step for Soulfire, which is the first flaming sword. Now we're basically doing it kind of for funsies right now. Also, because I was kind of testing if you actually could do Lucan in a solo instance of West Freeport, which, yes, you can. So, I'm a little curious how goofy the aggro ranges are. It's a solo zone, so hypothetically, aggro ranges shouldn't be too crazy. Hypothetically. But we're going to find out. One thing worth mentioning, by the way, is that Lucan does have Brother Gentry in there, you know, his little healbot friend. As well as a few other guards along the way, just going through the house. I'm actually gonna... Well, we're gonna close the door for line of sight reasons. I do want to get a little bit of mana, because we're gonna see in here. So Lucan himself is level 48, so he's dark blue. Gentry's light blue. And Guard Drazden over here is a little bit unusually powerful for his level. I don't think he's going to be a problem, but... I mean, this is going to be easy, I think. But I just want to get my mana up, just in case. You know, no need to fly that close to the sun. Aggro should be seen as normal unless you change difficulty. We're in +4, actually. Yeah, I think it'll be easy. Oh, tinfoil hat. Thank you for that. Dropping the Prime sub there, helping to bankroll the channel. I appreciate that. Oh, hey, Brother Gentry aggroed. All the way over here. Alright. Well, we're going to kill Brother Gentry because he is a cleric by default. And I am getting stunned by stuff. It's also worth mentioning, that Guard Drazden has a very short respawn time. It's like 3 minutes or something. Okay, he's going down easy enough, though. Giggity. Drazden also rolled Cleric, though, but he's only level 40, so no big deal. Alright, and Lucan. Oh, Guard Ogo wants some of this. Alright. You want a taste of this, Guard Ogo? Well, alright. You brought this on yourself, buddy. No. Blame yourself or God. And Lucan Delir, which... He should be multi-classed, but because he is a guild master, his job just shows up as warrior GM. Doesn't actually show what his multi-class is. Hypothetically, he should have it, though. But you can see even on +4, he's only level 48. He's going down hard. Yeah, just not even vaguely a challenge. And what's funny is Lucan's phase 2, where he comes back as an undead, he's only level 40. So, phase 2 is just a victory lap after you do phase 1. Though here we can actually see his class. He is a warrior beast lord. Okay. Well, so yeah, that's amusing that imbued granite spalders have an item weight of 45. But they are usable by monks. And yeah, just like that. Oh, look. Brother Gentry has already respawned. There's Lucan's testimony. Maybe we'll loot that. Alright. Yeah, Brother Gentry wants to die again, so we will quit the expedition, and we'll just go ahead and origin back to North Freeport. So yeah, that was not a challenge at all. Oh, and you see, Gardrazdan has also already respawned. But yeah, you can absolutely just make personal instances to go do Lucan whenever you feel like it. So yeah, what is traditionally the last step of Soulfire is defeating Lucan Delir. Then going to North Freeport. And going over here to the Hall of Truth. And going upstairs. And going over here to Valoron du Shire. And we trade that in for the Brilliant Sword of Faith, which is one of the 4 items that will ultimately be turned into Brother Hale in Splitpaw to get Soulfire. Somehow, I'm only dubious to Dismal Rage, which seems odd. And yeah, Skelly. So by default, Lucan is a warrior both in human and skeleton form. Skeleton form will roll a different subclass because it's technically a different mob, but skeleton form is also so weak that it doesn't matter. You know, that skeleton form, I think I must have landed a good slay on it or something because he just evaporated before I even noticed I was attacking him. Oh yeah, I popped him for 1,269, and he just evaporated. Also, 1367 right there. Yeah, he didn't stand a chance. Jocelyn, so Fiery Avenger, so, I think I'll probably actually just do a video on how to do Fiery Avenger at some point, within the context of Legends. The faction grind is a lot less nasty because positive faction gains are a minimum of 5 points. So the first step is you need to be high warmly, call it ally, with Knights of Truth in order to do that that first turn in of Lucan's testimony to get the Brilliant Sword of Faith. Each live and dead form of Lucan both give huge faction hits, so just kill him 3 or 4 times, and there you go. Knights of Truth faction is instantly maxed. That's step 1. Step 2 is Priests of Life. You could go to Kinos, go find Lashin Novashine. He wanders town. And you could give him 2 gold to get a faction hit and just do that a couple 100 times. And you can max out faction that way. Normally, he only gives you 1 faction point per 2 gold turn-in. And you cannot turn in, say, 100 gold to get 50 hits. It's got to be 2 gold at a time. 2 gold, trade. 2 gold, trade. 2 gold, trade. Until your wrist breaks. The better way to do that is you go into the Kino sewers with a couple empty backpacks. You find Beggar Wylan, who is a level 5 NPC. You chop his head off. Wait 72 seconds for him to respawn. Do it again. Repeat that until you fill like 4 backpacks. Take those heads up to a guy at the Knights of Truth in South Kinos. Hand them in 1 at a time. I think it's 1 at a time. I don't think you can do 4 at a time. But either way, hand in the heads to him. And every head is worth 37 points of faction. Also worth 50 points of faction with Knights of Truth. Not Knights of Truth. Knights of Thunder. You will max Knights of Thunder and Priests of Life in about an hour. Yeah. Very, very easy. And you need high warmly, call it ally, with Knights of Truth. Or, I keep saying Knights of Truth. With Priests of Life in order to get Soulfire. The last faction grind you need is Deepwater Knights over in Eredin. The bad way to do that is to kill this one heretic by this little fishing hut near the water in Toxulia Forest. He's on a, 6 or 7 minute timer and gives you 10 points of faction per kill. Not a good way to do it. The better way, go to the Warrens, which is attached to the Payneal newbie yard, and flatten that place. Take a bunch of empty backpacks with you. The kobolds will very frequently drop molars when you kill them. Fill your backpacks and or dragon horde with kobold molars. Also, the kobolds themselves give you 5 points of faction each with Eredin guards and heretics. You can take those molars back to a guy in the Deepwater Knights and hand them in, and you can actually hand them in 4 at a time to get 7 points of Deepwater Knights faction per molar. So, kill kobolds, fill your backpacks, gate back to Eredin, turn in your molars, repeat as necessary. Or, side quest in the process of doing that, as I mentioned, killing all those kobolds gives you heretics faction as well. Once you reach amiable faction with heretics, which won't take that long, even as a goody two-shoes paladin who starts very, very KOS. But once you hit amiable, you can hail the skeleton guards near the entrance at Payneal, and you can talk to them to get the actual key to Payneal, which you can use to go to the town proper. And then you can kill everybody. And a lot of the NPCs in there will give you 10 points of faction with most of the factions in Eridan, including Deepwater Knights. And there is one special cleric that will give you more than that. He no longer gives you 1,000 points, but I think he still gives you more than that. I narked on him giving 1,000 instead of the usual 10, and they did nerf him. But they, in the patch notes, or the Natch Potes, I should say, they mentioned that NPCs in Payneal no longer give more than 100 faction when killed, so maybe he still gives more than the average heretic. But, you know, the point is you can still just lay waste to the city and grind faction pretty hard, pretty fast. Okay, and Bobby Flay confirms he still gives 100. Okay. Yep, same guy. Yep, he, because his faction hits have just been broken since forever. That's not unique to Legends. That's an old live bug, where for some reason that guy just had 2 extra zeros on his faction hits. Because he's not a he's not a noteworthy NPC at all. He's just some random guy in the Cleric Guild. He's not a guild master or anything. He's just some random guy. Interestingly, the whole overlord of the city, who's actually the ruler of Payneal, only gives you 25 points. And he's actually stronger than the average heretic. He's a level 55 Shadow Knight. You know, he's got some hit points. You know, I killed him too. And so yeah, you can just have fun flattening the city. There's a lot of killable NPCs in Payneal, a lot more than most towns. You still can't attack most of the merchants and guildmasters, but there are a lot of NPCs that you can kill. So that's a fun way to grind faction. Although doing kobold maulers is probably just more efficient in general. But yeah, so Knights of Truth, Priests of Life, Deepwater Knights. Just get those 3 to ally, and you're good to go. And also, yeah, Bobby Flay, thanks for tuning in this evening. Yep. Kill kobolds to amiable, then kill heretics. Turn in your molars on your way out, and you're good to go. Yep. Even with the one cleric guy being nerfed, yeah, the whole process will take you an hour. So, easy stuff. And he was light blue at 50. So, if you're anywhere close to the level where you would be doing Fiery Avenger, because you do have to be 46 to get the Fiery Avenger, because you do have to physically go to Plane of Sky. The NPC in question is completely trivial. But anyway, it is now 3:15. I need to go to bed. So, for everybody here in chat, thanks for tuning in. I do appreciate that. New faces and old faces alike. Everybody out there in VOD land on the YouTubes, if you watch this far, thanks for watching. You know, like, comment, subscribe, ring the bell, you know, beat the bell like it owes you money, do all that stuff. Or not. I'm not your real dad. I can't tell you what to do. But either way, I appreciate the support from everybody, so I will see you next time. If you're tuning in, I will see you, I would say tomorrow, but technically later today, or everybody out in VOD land. I'll see you at your prerogative. So, thanks for tuning in. My name's Tim. I will see y'all then. Good night.